पानी आ रहा है? पानी आ रहा है मतलब पानी खोल कर दीजिए पानी। सारा हाथ में है। నాకు కూడా కొద్దిగా క్లాత్
the signs that China-Bhutan might be getting closer to a boundary agreement? And in fact, China has even pushed for the establishment of official diplomatic ties with Bhutan following this development. So it means, as of now, China and Bhutan do not have official diplomatic ties. So all these developments that are occurring in a very short span of time, they do have a big impact on Indian interests in the region. The topic is very, very important as far as India's national interests are concerned, because the China-Bhutan boundary dispute, even though it's a bilateral issue between them, it has a direct bearing on India's interests. The fact that Bhutan does not have diplomatic ties with China, and the fact that China-Bhutan have a standing dispute which they are trying to resolve, has a direct impact on Indian interests. So that is exactly what we need to understand in this article. Now let's take a detailed look at the nature of this boundary dispute. You need to be familiar with the locations where the dispute exists, the history and the background as well, and what progress has taken place in the recent months, and how does this impact India. We should also look at what is India's position on the boundary dispute, what kind of ties India has with Bhutan, and how these developments could impact the relations of India with Bhutan. Now, if you look at the map, it depicts the boundary dispute between China and Bhutan. This boundary, which is more than 400 kilometers in the Himalayan belt, it is largely not demarcated, because China-Bhutan started sharing this boundary after China annexed Tibet in 1950. When China forcefully annexed Tibet in 1950, that is when the PRC, the People's Republic of China, started sharing these direct boundaries with Bhutan. Now, if you look at this undemarcated boundary, which has been challenged by China, there are three places specifically where the dispute exists. Towards the west of the border, you have the Doklam region or the Doklam Plateau, located at the tri-junction of India, China and Bhutan, where Sikkim meets with Bhutan and the Chumbi Valley of Tibet. That is where the Doklam region is located, which is disputed. Towards the northern section of this border, you have two more locations called Jakarlong and Pasamlong. Jakarlong is also known as Champarlok. They both refer to the same places. So these are the two disputed locations along the northern section of the boundary. So apart from these primary disputes, the whole boundary line itself is not demarcated. So there is no clarity over here as to where Bhutan lies and where China lies exactly. So this has been a long-standing dispute between the two countries. Now, how does this dispute concern India? What does India have to do with this? See, India has everything to do with this boundary dispute, because even India and China share a similar disputed boundary. as China annexed Tibet in 1950 and overnight became neighbors of these Himalayan countries, India has been concerned about China's aggressive expansionist behavior. In fact, back then, even Nepal, Bhutan, and as well as Sikkim, which was yet to join the Indian Union, which was still a protectorate state, even these small Himalayan kingdoms were equally concerned about China's aggressive expansionism. So naturally, the small Himalayan kingdoms, they sought India's protection. Nepal, Bhutan and Sikkim, they sought India's defense and protection to stand up against Chinese aggression. Now you all know about the India-China boundary dispute, how China has disputed the British era boundaries that we inherited and how it keeps challenging India and keeps threatening Indian sovereignty in the Himalayan belt. So as a result of these tense relations that had started up after independence, India-Bhutan established a very, very strong friendship through their 1940. Through this treaty, Bhutan agreed to be guided by India in its foreign policy. Bhutan is outsourced its foreign policy to India, and in return India committed that it will not interfere in the internal matters of Bhutan. India would not enforce democracy or a monarchy. India would not interfere with its unique economic model. We wouldn't interfere with its cultural systems and its political systems. So with this commitment, Bhutan outsourced its foreign policy to India. Now this was a big development, so that India could guide the foreign policy of Bhutan and protect the interests of both the countries. Because any adverse development that affects Bhutan's territorial integrity and sovereignty will affect India's security interests as well. So with India guiding Bhutan's foreign policy for several decades, India got that edge to determine the boundary negotiations with China as well. Under this agreement, India also took on the obligation to defend Bhutan against any external threats. So India, in a way, was responsible for the defense of Bhutan, and it is even today as well. Meanwhile, the Indian Army maintains a military presence in Bhutan where we train the Royal Bhutanese Army. India supplies weapons as well to Bhutan. We even conduct joint patrolling of Bhutan's borders with China. The Indian Army and Royal Bhutanese Army jointly patrol the disputed border. But in 2007, this treaty has been revised and upgraded as Bhutan wanted to independently conduct its foreign policy. It has asked for a upgradation of the treaty and India agreed to revise and upgrade the treaty. And accordingly, Bhutan is no longer guided by India in its foreign policy. Bhutan's sovereignty has been explicitly recognized by both the countries and Bhutan is no longer guided by India in its foreign policy. But however, India is still obligated to defend Bhutan, to play a role in the defense of Bhutan. Now, this is a very, very important point because as a result of these close foreign relations, where India has been guiding Bhutan for several decades, Bhutan has been mindful of India's interest in the region and it has deliberately not set up diplomatic ties with any of the P5 countries. That is with the permanent members of UN Security Council, be it United States, Russia, UK, France and China, especially China. Bhutan has deliberately not set up official diplomatic ties with them. This is out of concern for India's interests and to ensure India remains the most influential power in the Himalayan region. So this is the uniqueness in India-Bhutan relations. It's a model relationship. We have been very good friends of each other. There's a lot of trust in the relationship where India has provided a lot of economic support and assistance to aid the growth and development of Bhutan. We have never interfered in Bhutan's internal matters. We have respected Bhutan's unique political, economic and cultural choices. And India kept guiding Bhutan in its foreign policy until 2007. And after that as well, even though Bhutan conducts its own foreign policy, it consults India very closely. It keeps India in the loop whenever it has a major foreign policy engagement with any big power. And the most important point here is that Bhutan has still chosen not to have ties with the P5 countries. Even today, even now, even though Bhutan can conduct its own foreign policy, even now it doesn't have official diplomatic ties with any of the P5 countries, especially with China. So the only engagement Bhutan and China were having were the boundary talks to resolve the boundary dispute that was started in 1984 with the mediation of India. As India was responsible for guiding Bhutan and its foreign policy until 2007, India had played a role in establishing a channel of communication between China and Bhutan. And under this boundary mechanism, 24 rounds of talks had been held. 24 rounds of boundary talks had been held until 2016. Is that clear? India has another major interest here, which is the Doklam region itself. Apart from the commitments we have to Bhutan in our bilateral relationship, we have a major interest at the Doklam region, which is disputed between Bhutan and China. Now you can see here in the map where the Doklam region is located. The Doklam Plateau, also called the Doklam Bowl. It's at the tri-junction of Sikkim, Bhutan and the Chumbi Valley of Tibet. The strategic Natula Pass of India in Sikkim is barely around 50 to 80 kilometers away from Doklam. Right? Natula Pass is a major military outpost for India, a border meeting point between Indian Army and the Chinese PLA. It also has a lot of cultural and economic significance. Historically, Buddhism has traveled through Natula from India towards Tibet. It's been a major trade route. Even today, it's one of the routes for Kailash Manas Sarovar Yatra, which is a key Hindu pilgrimage that India and China provide for. So apart from the proximity of Doklam to Natula, it is hardly around 100 odd kilometers away from the strategic Siliguri corridor of India. You can see this narrow land corridor of India, which is sandwiched between Nepal over here and Bangladesh over here. So between Nepal and Bangladesh, there is this narrow stretch of India. It's hardly around 22 to 60 kilometers wide. That is the width. At the narrowest point, it's hardly around 22 kilometers and stretches to around 60 kilometers. This narrow land corridor of India is the only link between northeast India and the rest of the country. It's such a weak point, a strategic choke point for India, that it is referred to as the chicken's neck of India. Because during the 1962 war with China, Chinese troops which had made inroads through Natula, they came quite close to the strategic Siliguri corridor. So since then, India has feared a possible Chinese military blockade at Siliguri, which could cut off northeast India from the rest of the country. So this has always been a strategic limitation for India. That's why it's called a choke point or the chicken's neck of India. It's as vulnerable as a chicken's neck. It can be easily broken off. So as a result, because of all these strategic military considerations, India places a lot of importance on Doklam region. It is Bhutanese territory, largely under Bhutan's control, but challenged by China. So China has an obsession with Doklam because China knows very well that if it is able to control Doklam and have a military presence here, it can dominate over India. The Chinese PLA will get hold of a vantage point from where China can dominate over Natula and as well as Siliguri, thereby threatening India's military and strategic interests. So that's why in 2017, when Chinese PLA was constructing an illegal road at Doklam in Bhutanese territory, this road construction activity was opposed by Indian Army. The Indian Army and Royal Bhutanese Army, which were conducting a joint patrol, they ran into a Chinese PLA team, which was illegally building a road at Doklam, and they challenged the road construction that led to clashes between Indian troops and Chinese troops. They engaged in a fist fight, a hand-to-hand combat, where a lot of soldiers were injured on both the sides. And very quickly this turned into a military standoff and the tensions escalated to a very serious level. For several weeks, there were heightened tensions between India and China as India is obligated to defend Bhutan against external threats. And as the tensions continued, both countries started reinforcing. They started bringing more troops, they started mobilizing more troops into the region, causing a severe military escalation. All the established boundary protocols between India and China failed. In 1990s, we had worked out a set of boundary agreements to avoid such escalations from reaching a flashpoint. To prevent local clashes from turning into a war or conflict, we have few boundary agreements with China which were signed in 1993 and 1996. According to that, there are established protocols on how India and China should work out these tensions, how they should resolve the tensions through meetings between local military commanders and senior military commanders. But these talks between military commanders failed completely, leading to continuation of the tensions, and finally, the leaders, Prime Minister Modi and Chinese President Xi Jinping, had to get involved. And at the Wuhan informal summit, that is where both the leaders agreed to de-escalate and disengage. The Wuhan informal summit provided for a temporary resolution for the military standoff between India and China. So since then, Doklam has been a flashpoint, and India knows very well that China has kept its eyes on Doklam. Now, this is the reason why India becomes deeply concerned about the boundary talks between China and Bhutan. Because even recently in 2020, there was another escalation carried out by China. All of a sudden, it raised a new claim at something wildlife sanctuary that is located over here to the east of Bhutan, very close to our Arunachal border. China has always been interested in the strategic Tawang region of Arunachal Pradesh because it provides strategic access to northeast India. It's also home to an important Buddhist monastery, the Gelugpa Buddhist monastery, which plays a big role in Tibetan politics. In Tibetan Buddhist politics. So China wants to keep an eye on Tibetan Buddhist activities, and it has always been very, very interested in Tawang region as well. So very close to Tawang and Arunachal Pradesh border with Bhutan, at the Sangteng Sanctuary, wildlife sanctuary, China raised a new dispute which had never been brought up since 1984. I told you, right, since 1984, 24 rounds of talks had been held. But not for once China had brought up the Sangteng issue. But all of a sudden in 2020, it was raising a new issue at a time when the Ladakh clashes had already broken out. When the recent Ladakh clashes had started in 2020, by April, May 2020, India and China were already involved in a standoff in Ladakh, in the western sector. Parallelly, China triggered another front, deliberately triggered another front with Bhutan to put strain on India-Bhutan relations. Now, India believes that China is doing this. It is putting pressure more at Doklam, raising these new disputes, pushing Bhutan for an early settlement of the boundary dispute, mainly because China wants an exchange. By pressurizing Bhutan more and more, it's trying to distance Bhutan from India, and also it's trying to push Bhutan to agree for a territorial exchange. And what is the exchange? China wants hold over Doklam. In return, it is willing to give up its claims on Chakarlung and Pasam. This is the controversial exchange that China is apparently proposing. Indian strategic experts believe that China has this intention in mind to push Bhutan to the corner, put more and more pressure on Bhutan as it's a small country that will create a distance between India-Bhutan relations. Bhutan will fail. Why should it get caught and involved between the two large Asian powers? So this might create a distance between India and Bhutan, and it might force Bhutan to agree for an exchange where it will give up claims on Doklam, allowing China to control and dominate Doklam, as it is more vital for China exert pressure on India at Nadula and Silicon. So this is what India is worried about. If Bhutan were to agree for such an exchange, where it will get hold of Chandarlung and Pasamlung, where China will give up these claims, and in return give up Doklam to China, that is a nightmare for India, because any Chinese control of Doklam would be seen as a strategic setback for India. So it's in this context that the ongoing boundary talks become very, very important. After several years of gap because of the Doklam tensions and clashes, the boundary talks were resumed recently. The 13th expert group meeting was held just a couple of months ago, and they even set up a joint technical team on the delimitation of the China-Bhutan boundary. They had agreed to take forward the three-step road map, which they have finally in 2021 to find a final solution for the boundary dispute. Under the three-step roadmap, China and Bhutan have agreed to fast-track the boundary talks, including the expert group meetings between officials, and even to conduct joint technical surveys on the ground, to visit the border locations, conduct technical surveys on the ground, and to agree upon a delimitation which will lead to the demarcation of this boundary. So China and Bhutan have fast-tracked this process. They have held multiple rounds of expert group meetings, and the technical teams are also meeting regularly. And they are committed in August to hold the 25th boundary talks as soon as possible between the two foreign ministers. So accordingly, the other day, the 25th boundary talks have been held where Bhutan's foreign minister has visited China and met with his Chinese counterpart. In these boundary talks, both the sides have agreed to take forward the process. They've signed a cooperation agreement as well to initiate the work of the joint technical team to demarcate the boundary. So clearly significant progress has been made, and that is very evident from the outcome of the meeting. Now China has even expressed hope that with the resolution of the boundary dispute, which might happen in the coming months, it wants to have official diplomatic relations with Bhutan. It wants to reverse Bhutan's policy of not having ties with the P5 countries and set up official ties with Bhutan. Now all these developments, they are definitely of concern for India. China has said, if diplomatic relations are set up, it is ready to work in all the areas to improve economic relations, promote trade opportunities, promote cultural relations and tourism as well. Now this opening, if China were to get this opening into Bhutan, this could severely undermine Indian influence. Because we have seen this happening in many neighboring countries, be it Nepal, be it Maldives, be it Sri Lanka. Across the South Asian neighborhood, China has been able to undercut and undermine Indian influence by establishing close ties with our neighbors. So this could pose a strategic threat, a security threat for India. So India has always said we closely follow the boundary talks going on between China and Bhutan. At one point we were guiding the boundary talks, but now as Bhutan conducts its own foreign policy, like India only observes the boundary talks, follows them closely, and Bhutan also provides updates to it. But as of now, India has not commented on the latest boundary talks. But definitely there is a concern amongst Indian experts and within the government that will there be a swap arrangement? Will they agree for an exchange? Right? That is the exchange of Doklam with Jagalung and Basampa. Will China get hold of Doklam by pressurizing Bhutan, where Bhutan will be given Jagalung and Basampa valleys in return for Chinese control over Doklam? So this remains our biggest concern and fear because of its proximity to Siliguri, which is our only connect to Northeast India. Is that clear? But however, you should also note that Bhutan is very close to India, very trustworthy partner. Bhutan has never compromised Indian security interests and strategic interests. It has always kept India informed before taking any major decisions in foreign policy. So one should hope that this strong relationship will continue, and accordingly, India will be able to protect its core interests in the region. So this is an important topic that you need to watch out for. In the coming months, definitely there will be more progress, and maybe China-Bhutan might settle their boundary dispute permanently. So that is something you need to watch out for. Next, on page number 6, we have an important column related to India-Canada relations. It focuses on the Indian diaspora in Canada, how their well-being is being compromised as a result of the ongoing tensions in the India-Canada relationship. That is the focus of the article. Now the topic is obviously very important for international relations. It not only deals with India-Canada ties, it also deals with the well-being of the Indian community, the Indian diaspora in Canada. So one can expect a mains question or even a prelims question on this topic. I'm sure all of you know as to why there are tensions in India-Canada relations. We have covered this topic in our Hindu analysis multiple times. There has been a clear attempt to revive the dormant Khalistani extremist movement, not just in India but abroad as well. Few radical sections of the Sikh diaspora in countries like Canada, United States, United Kingdom, in Australia as well, in Italy, even in Belgium, France, Germany, and many other parts of the world. Some of the radical sections of the diaspora have made an attempt to revive Khalistani extremism and Khalistani terror groups like Babar Khalsa International, Khalistan Tiger Force, Sikhs for Justice, and others. They've all become very active in the last few years. This is something we have been noticing since at least 2010. Over the last 13 years, there has been an organized, proactive attempt to revive the dormant Khalistan movement, and India believes that Pakistan's ISI is again playing on this. In a way, this is a reminder of what had happened in 1970s, 1980s, when Khalistan movement was a major threat for India. At one point, Khalistan movement in Punjab and as well as abroad amongst some radical sections in Sikh diaspora presented one of the biggest security threats to India. But India had managed to decimate the movement, wipe out the movement through harsh security action in Punjab and as well as abroad, along with proactive diplomatic efforts. So it was a success for our intelligence agencies, our police forces, and for our diplomatic efforts as well. By 1990s, Khalistan movement had more or less been wiped out. It had become a dormant movement. But since 2010, we have seen these proactive attempts to revive the movement, and you can see the outcomes in the last few months. There have been because of the role they play in the economy of the host country, these including IT services. There is a strong trading relationship along with a very strong people which deals with politicization of the bureaucracy in India. It's a small article, but it's a very, very important article as far as polity governance and even ethics in governance is concerned. See, the Modi government has launched a new initiative. It's called Viksit Bharat Sankalp Yatra. The Viksit Bharat Sankalp Yatra. Under this initiative, the Modi government has directed government officials and even military officers. It has directed the civilian bureaucracy essentially, and as well as military officers to promote the achievements of the government in the last 9 years. Is that clear? So the program will run from November 2023. It will go on all the way till January 2024. Now government officials or military officials the achievements of the government in itself may not be a controversial, problematic issue. But the problem is, the Viksit Bharat Sankalp Yatra is specifically focusing on the last 9 years of government's achievements, which means it is designed to favor the ruling party, the BJP. And using government machinery, using government officials, and to military officials as well, to conduct campaigns around the country with a clear political motive marks the politicization of the Indian bureaucracy and more dangerously the politicization of the Indian military, the Indian armed forces. This comes right before the 2024 elections. Although it's not legally wrong, but ethically, morally, it could become incorrect. Constitutionally speaking as well, there is a grey area here. Because in the Indian Constitution, there is clear doctrine of separation of powers between the executive, legislature and the judiciary. On similar lines, one of the core principles in Indian polity is that the bureaucracy and the armed forces, essentially the military, they are conceived as apolitical branches of the government. One reason why the Indian democracy has thrived is because by and large our armed forces and the civilian bureaucracy have remained apolitical. They have remained impartial politically without taking sides between political parties or without getting directly involved in political matters. This is a core tenet, a core ethical tenet of the civil services and as well as the armed forces. So under Viksit Bharat Sankalp Yatra, the Modi government is encouraging top officials including joint directors, secretaries, deputy secretaries. They are being appointed as Rath Prabharis, someone who leads chariots, and they are being asked to hold road shows at popular crowded locations like shopping malls, temples or airports, right? At such important locations, the officials are being encouraged to go, stand there and campaign highlighting the achievements of the government in the last 9 years. As I told you, this per se may not be entirely wrong or illegal, but it raises these grey areas, right? These ethical issues come up here. Now, the concern here is that along with promoting the government achievements, the officials are encouraged to promote the people to take selfies, stand with the officials, take selfies with them, right? And clearly, this brings a political objective into the equation right before the elections. So the writer of the editorial team of the Hindu believes that this marks a dangerous politicization of our bureaucracy and military. Because throughout India's independent history, our civil services and more importantly the armed forces have largely remained apolitical. They have stayed away from politics without aligning with any parties, never campaigning for elections, not pushing for a candidate in any election. If this is compromised, this could weaken Indian democracy. That is the core point being made by the article, by the editorial. So it is pointing out that the government is crossing a line, it's crossing an ethical line, and it's entering into this constitutional legal grey area where it is planning to use government officials. The government machinery is supposed to be apolitical, not be directly involved in political matters, in election campaigns, etc. Right? That is the reason why Election Commission of India or UPSC and other key constitutional bodies, they can freely function without fear, without coercion, without any threats, right? Upholding the constitutional spirit and values. That is the reason why the Indian Armed Forces have been able to function in a highly professional manner without displaying any kind of political inclinations. But such usage of government officials for conducting campaigns to highlight government achievements, right, will indirectly benefit the ruling party right before elections, and this marks a dangerous politicization of the bureaucracy and the military. Is that clear? So that is the concern being raised by this editorial. Coming to the next article on page number 7, we have an article referring to the disaster risk in the Himalayan belt. In the Himalayan region, there was a disaster that occurred recently in Sikkim. We have covered this as well multiple times in our Hindu analysis. There was a glacial lake outburst flood at the South Lonar.
हाँ हेलो। हेलो। हाँ हेलो। कैसी तबीयत है आपकी? हेलो। 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 हाँ, तबीयत कैसी है आपकी? क्या हो गया? ये वायरल चल रहा है डेंगू का, जो अभी मौसम चेंज हो रहा है सबको हो रहा है इसमें। आपको, मुझे पता था आपको ये हो रहा है। ठीक है, सोइए।
Lake at the South Luna Glacier Lake. The glacier lake burst, triggering flash floods in the Teesta, in the downstream of the Teesta River, which led to large-scale loss of life, property, and infrastructure in Sikkim, which turned this into a major disaster. So the writer is pointing out that the Himalayan region is ecologically very sensitive. It is highly prone to hydrological hazards such as floods and flash floods. It's highly prone to meteorological hazards as well, such as heavy rainfall, cloudbursts. It is also prone to geophysical hazards, such as earthquakes, which can in turn trigger landslides, correct? Which can also cause the glacier lakes here to burst out, causing floods in the downstream. So from the disaster management point of view, the Himalayas is one of the most vulnerable region in the world. It's affected by hydrological hazards, meteorological hazards, and geophysical hazards. So the writer is highlighting the vicious link, the cyclical link between various disasters such as landslides, floods, and how they are connected to other hazard factors like earthquakes or GLOF incidents or cloudbursts, etc. Essentially, these are primary hazards. In the Himalayas, there can be a high high magnitude earthquake, which can trigger a landslide. The landslide in turn can cause floods, because when there is a landslide, the earth material would come crashing down the slope. It will crash into the valley with all the debris, creating a natural dam, a natural blockage for the river. So behind this natural blockage, the water will build up, and eventually the blockage will be broken. The natural dam will breach, causing flash floods in the downstream. So these flash floods, where the water is flowing at great velocity, could further weaken the top layer of the soil, triggering even more landslides. So that is a vicious cycle. It's a chain reaction, a domino effect. Right? It's a cascading effect that you see with regard to disasters. Similarly, cloudbursts that brings heavy rainfall could increase surface runoff in the slopy areas, causing floods that could trigger landslides, and again the landslides can trigger few more floods. And the same happens with GLOF events. There are thousands of glacier lakes in the Himalayan belt, in the Indus basin, in the Gangetic basin, in the Brahmaputra basin. There are thousands of glacier lakes, and there is a greater risk of them breaching, which could trigger landslides and floods in the downstream. So that is the concern the writer is pointing out. He says that in the Indus, in the Ganga and the Brahmaputra river basins, we have a total of 28,000 plus glacial lakes. Is that clear? These are lakes formed by the melting of the glacier, the Himalayan glaciers. Due to the natural process of melting during summer, whenever the temperature rises, right, the glaciers which melt form these glacial lakes at the bottom of the glacier. These lakes are held, the water is held back by these natural blockages formed by rock and moraine structures. The rock or moraine structures will be holding them back. Moraine is basically organic decaying matter with the rocky material, which forms this natural blockage, acting like a dam-like structure that holds the glacial lake back. Now, these lakes have been mapped by the National Remote Sensing Center of ISRO, which makes use of remote sensing satellites and data. And accordingly, it has prepared the Glacial Lake Atlas for the country. The Glacial Lake Atlas has been prepared by the National Remote Sensing Center to map out the distribution of glacial lakes in all the major river basins. These studies, led by NDMA, the National Disaster Management Authority, the nodal authority for disaster management, has helped in identifying the most high-risk glacial lakes which are vulnerable for an outburst flood. In fact, South Lonak was one of the glacial lakes that had been flagged earlier by NDMA. Along with the South Lonak Lake, another important glacial lake in Sikkim, the Shakocho Glacial Lake, both were flagged by NDMA even before the disaster could occur. Several experts had brought out findings to show the risk associated with these glacial lakes, and NDMA had even started implementing an early warning system. The NDMA had deployed solar-powered cameras along with advanced sensors to collect vital data regarding the stability of these glacial lakes. Now see, the problem is global warming and the long-term climate change, which has been triggered by human activities, anthropogenic activities. It has accelerated the melting of glaciers. So this represents an enhanced risk for GLOF events. Plus, the Himalayan ecology has been over-abused and over-exploited due to haphazard urbanization, large-scale deforestation, and unplanned development. So these man-made factors are adding to the risk, and NDMA was monitoring some of the glacial lakes with advanced cameras and sensors, and they had indicated a potential threat at South Lonak as well. Higher temperatures were recorded with these sensors, which indicated that the glaciers are melting at a faster rate with high risk of an outburst flood occurring. Accordingly, certain measures were also taken. Few structural measures were taken up. Given the risk associated with it, few structural measures were initiated to hold the flood water, to divert the flood water. But none of the measures worked effectively because this is a very challenging domain. Monitoring glacial lakes, that too at such high altitudes, in such adverse terrain and climatic conditions is not an easy task. And the lack of awareness in the downstream areas is another challenge, right? So that is why the writer is urging for the NDMA and the concerned authorities to effectively implement all the phases of the disaster management cycle. In the disaster management cycle, you have three phases essentially. You have your pre-disaster phase where you focus on preparedness, planning. You try to prevent the disaster if possible. You try to mitigate the impact. Then you focus on during disaster. That is, if the disaster were to happen, you'll provide for better response and relief. You'll try to conduct effective search and rescue operations and save as many lives as possible, right? And provide basic relief and aid material. And then after the disaster, you focus on post-disaster recovery to rehabilitate the displaced people, to reconstruct the affected areas. These are the three phases in disaster management. So the article is urging NDMA and the concerned authorities to focus on not just an effective early warning system, but also to create the right structural measures and to spread awareness amongst the people. There should be a lot of local awareness where the local authorities, the district level village authorities, the panchayats, the local urban bodies, right? And the local people are aware what to do when the risk is high and when the alerts are given out. The Central Water Commission also plays a role as it is the nodal agency to track floods, to monitor water levels in rivers and dams. IMD plays a critical role, the India Meteorological Department, as it keeps track of heavy rainfall cloudburst events, right? So any of these primary hazards can trigger a GLOF event. Be it an earthquake or heavy rains, cloudbursts, they can all trigger GLOF hazards. In fact, the latest hazard that we saw, the disaster we saw at South Lonak, right? It is apparently triggered by the crash, by a landslide-like event, where rock and moraine crashed into the lake that breached the natural block, which caused the water to flood down the stream, causing the flash floods, right? So sensors can pick this up. And if the alerts are disseminated in real time, and if there is awareness amongst local people and authorities what to do, how to evacuate quickly, then precious lives can be saved. If appropriate structural measures are taken to divert the flood water, to hold the flood water, through check dams, embankments, etc., right? And through better zoning standards. If you have regulated all the construction, the urbanization, and human habitations through your zoning standards, all these measures will help in mitigating the impact of the disaster. We may not be able to prevent it, at least we can mitigate the impact of the disaster. So that is what the article is pointing out. So this completes my detailed discussion of all the big columns and articles in today's newspaper, and we head towards the prelim section. We'll take a quick look at the small articles in the newspaper. On page number 3, we have an article relevant for international relations and security that talks about a security risk along the India-Sri Lanka International Maritime Boundary Line, the IMPL. Here in this map, you can see the International Maritime Boundary Line, which has been demarcated. You can see the Indo-Sri Lanka Maritime Boundary Line, which was finalized in 1974-1976. Along this maritime boundary line, one big risk that we face is the presence of organized crime. Organized criminal activities such as smuggling and trafficking is very rampant in the region. And the concern here is that these criminal cartels might be linked with terror groups, especially the LTTE, which has operated here in the northern provinces of Sri Lanka, especially in the Jaffna region. You can see the Park Bay and Gulf of Mannar region, right? And across this maritime boundary line, we face a big risk where smuggling is a common threat. So the Indian Coast Guard, which is responsible for safeguarding the boundary line along with Indian Navy and the Coastal Police, they have arrested few fishing boats from India and Sri Lanka, and several fishermen from both India and Sri Lanka have been arrested for smuggling contraband. Contraband is basically illegal material which is being smuggled, which is being trafficked into the country. They have got hold of sea cucumbers, which is a threatened species, threatened marine species. It is protected under Schedule 1 of the Wildlife Protection Act of 1972. Is that clear? They were also smuggling turmeric. So such such smuggling and trafficking not only endangers the environment, but it also threatens our economy. It affects our revenue. Right? It's a violation of the Customs Act of 1962. So the Indian Coast Guard, along with the customs authorities and Tamil Nadu police and the intelligence agencies, have conducted the operation to arrest these smuggling cartels that were involved in these organized criminal activities. So this remains a pressing concern along the India-Sri Lanka maritime boundary line. You need to be aware of this. We already have the fishermen dispute in the region, right? LTT has made attempts to revive itself as well. That remains another concern here. So the presence of so many issues along the maritime boundary line, including the Kachativu Island dispute, right, the fishermen dispute, plus the presence of smuggling and trafficking cartels, with an attempt by LTT to revive itself, they all pose considerable risk for India-Sri Lanka relations and threatens the security of the region as well. So that is something you should be aware of. Next, on page number 10, the Hindu reports that the Ministry of Home Affairs is going to introduce DNA matching and face sample matching at the level of police stations in order to effectively tackle crime. See, when the accused are arrested by the police in a particular criminal case, and eventually if they are convicted or even released, the accused, their basic details are collected by the police in the police station. Right? Previously, this used to happen according to the provisions of the Identification of Prisoners Act, which was a colonial law. Right? When the accused are arrested with the police in any criminal case, their basic details are captured, like fingerprints, footprints, their photograph, signature. Such basic details, including some biometric details, were being captured under the old colonial law, which is the Identification of Prisoners Act. Now, this law has been replaced by the Criminal Procedure Identification Act last year. The Parliament passed the new law, the Criminal Procedure Identification Act, which has replaced the Identification of Prisoners Act. So under the new law, the police can collect, not just the state police, even central investigating agencies like CBI, NIA, etc. They can collect, store and analyze physical and biological samples of the accused. They can collect biometrics. They can collect DNA samples, including retinal iris scan, facial profile, which can be further used for facial recognition technology. Right? So such profiling can be done by the police right now as per the provisions of the Criminal Procedure Identification Act. Is that clear? So the protocols for this is being laid down. The standard operating protocols or SOPs is being laid down by the National Crime Records Bureau, the NCRB, which is also under the Home Ministry. So NCRB will lay down the protocols on how the physical, biological samples, biometrics, DNA samples and facial profile will be collected, and at the level of police stations, the technology will be implemented to provide for DNA matching and face matching. So if accused are arrested, their basic samples will be collected and matched against the database, the existing database, to see whether they have been involved in any other cases across the country. So this could help in solving crime. It could help in improving security as well, right? The already existing fingerprint identification system, the National Automated Fingerprint Identification System, or NAFIS, which is also under NCRB, will be interlinked with the DNA and facial matching systems. Is that clear? So this technology will be provided at the level of police stations by working with the concerned states and the state police. Now, however, this raises a concern, a privacy concern. In fact, when this law was enacted, opposition parties had strongly opposed the law because this could lead to misuse of personal data. The personal information related to biometrics, the DNA samples, the facial profiles. If it's in the wrong hands, if someone gets unauthorized access, it could be misused, it could breach privacy and could violate fundamental rights of the citizens. Especially if the accused are not held guilty eventually, right? If they are let off, or if the police have deliberately targeted innocent people, and yet their basic details will be captured in the database. Their fingerprints, their biometrics, iris retinal scans, their DNA samples, their facial profiles will be lodged in the database of NCRB, right? And potentially this can be misused in the future as well, leading to breach of privacy and violation of fundamental rights. So that concern remains. But however, the article says that the center is going ahead with the implementation of this identification system. Next, on page number 12, it has been reported that the Food Safety Standards Authority of India is mandating the companies, the food processing companies, to implement a QR code in food packaging. In the food material which is packed, the processed food items especially, I'm sure you would have seen a label where all the ingredients are listed, the nutritional value is listed out, and even the allergens are listed out, so that the consumer knows what they are consuming and you can make healthy choices. But right now, the food label which is there, it's all visual, right? But visually disabled people can't read or access the label, the packaged ingredients. They can't get to know as to what is there in the product. So the disability of the visually disabled is affecting them, limiting their access to information. Because see, equitable access to information is a fundamental right. The Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act 2016 mandates all government agencies to strive towards equal access to information for the disabled people as well. So visually disabled who can't read the labels on the food packet, they can't get to know what's the ingredients in the food item, what's the nutritional value, what are the allergens present. Correct? They can't even go through the expiry date. So to help them out, FSSAI is mandating a QR code along with the regular food label. The regular food label will remain as it is. The text-based visual label will be there. Along with that, a QR code will be added so that visually disabled can scan the QR code and use their phones to understand the ingredients, the nutritional composition, and the allergens and the expiry date. Correct? Today you have text-to-speech softwares on phones. So the phone can read out what is the ingredients, what's the nutritional value, what allergens are present, when's the expiry date. This ensures access to safe food for all and provides access to equitable information for the visually disabled as well, which is their fundamental right. Their right is also recognized under the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act. So this is another important development. Next, on the same page, we have an article referring to the Nallur Kandaswamy or Murugan temple in Jaffna in Sri Lanka. I feel it's an important topic under history, art and culture, and also international relations. The article refers to a former Indian diplomat who was deployed in Sri Lanka, and during Prime Minister Modi's visit in 2015, he points out that PM Modi could not visit this important shrine because of the strict dress code of the temple and the timings. It couldn't match with the PM's schedule. So as a result, PM Modi could not visit this important temple. Now this event is not important for us, but the temple itself is very important from the examination point of view. This is the temple, the Murugan temple. It's a very historic, very popular temple. It is extremely crucial for the Sri Lankan Tamil Hindu community. The Sri Lankan Tamils who are found in northern and eastern provinces of Sri Lanka. The Murugan temple is extremely sacred. It's located at Nallur in Jaffna. That's why it's called Nallur Kandaswamy Kovil or the Nallur Murugan Kovil or temple. It is so important, it is such an integral part of Sri Lankan Tamil identity that similar Murugan temples are present around the world. Wherever Tamil diaspora is present, in Canada, in Europe, in UK, in US and Australia, across these countries, similar Murugan temples are present as it represents the cultural identity of the Sri Lankan Tamil Hindu community. This temple has a rich history in Jaffna. The current idol, the Lord Muruga idol which is there in this historic temple, was donated in the 10th century by Chola Queen Sembian Mahadevi. It's a bronze statue in the style of Sembian bronzes, which was a renowned feature of Chola art and culture. Is that clear? But its history predates this. The actual temple goes back to 948 AD, which was relocated because of various invasions, foreign invasions that would happen here. And eventually it has been built in a new location. From 13th to 15th century, it has been brought up at a new location by the Jaffna kings. Is that clear? These were Tamil kingdoms which were closely connected with the Indian subcontinent. So today, this temple here, the Murugan temple, stands as a symbol of cultural identity for the Sri Lankan Tamil community, and it forms a deep-rooted link between India and Sri Lanka as well. So that is something you should be aware of. Then coming to the last article. In the final page, that is page 2 of the online edition of the Hindu, there is a reference for the bad water basin salt flats that you can see here in this image. It's a spectacular topography in the United States, in California, in the Death Valley National Park. Now, why are these locations important? What is so unique about them? The bad water salt basin, it's a salt flat, right? It's known for its high saline content. It's an endorheic lake. It's a completely landlocked basin in the Death Valley National Park. I hope you know the Death Valley is located in the Mojave Desert of California, in eastern California, and this is one of the hottest places on earth. There are reports that temperatures as high as 50 degrees to 56 degrees can be recorded here at the Death Valley, making it the hottest place on earth, and it's home to the Tim Shiba native tribe. They are the Native Americans found over here. So at this lowest point, right, the Death Valley National Park, you have the bad water salt basins, which is an endorheic lake that is formed, which is indeed the lowest point here in continental North America. Not just in the US, across North America, this is the lowest point. It is 282 feet below sea level. So this endorheic lake is extremely saline. That's why there are salt flats located here. There is no life, no organisms present in this water body. Alright, very few unique organisms can thrive here, but regular aquatic organisms cannot survive in such a hostile saline environment. Very few adapted organisms of flora and fauna can survive. And this is the lowest point here in North America, not just in the United States. And interestingly, it's located near the highest point in contiguous United States, which is Mount Whitney. So it's very interesting that in the Death Valley, you have both the lowest point in North America and also the highest point in continental US. So that is something you should be familiar with as part of basic global geography. So this completes my detailed discussion of today's The Hindu newspaper. Let's end the session here today with the mains practice questions. It's all based on what we have covered, so please write an answer and post them in the answer writing portal for which the link has been given in the description box below. I hope you guys have liked today's session. Do let me know how it went in the comments. Do press the like button and share the video with other aspirants and subscribe to the channel. That is it for watching. We'll meet tomorrow again. Have a good day.
Hello and welcome to Byju's Exam Prep IAS. A very warm good morning to everyone. I hope all of you are doing absolutely fine. I welcome you all to today's session of the Hindu News Super Analysis, a place where every single day at 10 a.m. we analyze the most important news stories from the Hindu newspaper, both from the prelims and the mains examination point of view. Once again, a quick reminder, as soon as this session comes to an end, you need to go over to our Telegram channel, Israel and Hamas. India abstained from voting, and this article explains why did India take this decision, what is the reasoning behind it. Second article is about Manrega, how there has been a 7.5% decline in the active workforce, means the number of people working under Manrega have come down by 7.5%. Third article is about whether the police stations in India are ready to install the E&A system. Why is it required? As you know, a few months back there was a law passed under which now the government of India is trying to ensure criminal identification. That is, anyone that is arrested, earlier only their fingerprints were taken. Now their biometric data also, such as eye scans and even DNA, would be collected to have a complete foolproof database. Are the police station in India ready to have such technology or not? This is what this article is about. Then from the prelims examination point of view, we have a few important stories. Again, from the front page, we have an article on Katha Prasanna, that is an art form from Kerala of narrating stories. We'll be discussing what that is. Then the WHO Southeast Asia Forum will soon have its meeting to nominate the head of this region, and also the meeting talks about what are the goals that we are now trying to achieve in this region in the coming years. Then from Bangladesh is near the completion of the memorial that they have first article. The first article, as you can see on the screen, is about the center government deciding to abstain from voting in the UN General Assembly. So what exactly is this issue all about? I'm sure all of you have been keeping a very close eye on the Israel-Hamas war, on what is happening from either side. You see there are articles written, there are people, politicians making different types of statements. Amidst all of that, what happened in the UN General Assembly was that there was a resolution introduced by Jordan. This resolution was asking for a truce and a ceasefire in Gaza. Mainly, it was asking Israel that you should stop pounding Gaza, you should stop firing your missiles, your weapons, etc. in Gaza because it is leading to a loss of life of civilians in large numbers. This resolution, when it was introduced, the nation now would have to vote on it. The nation usually have three options. They may vote yes, they may vote no, or the third option is they may abstain from voting. Means they might refuse to vote. This is what India has done. India has taken this option of abstaining from voting. That is, India has decided that it's better for us neither to vote yes nor vote no. Now, this is a strategy that India has used in many cases in the past as well. I'll give you some examples as we go over it. Meaning that India has said we are not in support of asking for a truce and a ceasefire in Gaza. Now, what does it mean? What is India's stand on this issue? Does it mean that India wants Israel to go ahead and continue the bombing that it is doing in Gaza? Not really. The government of India explained its stand by saying that we are not happy with the wording of the resolution. What is the problem here? In specific terms, the government of India said, we will vote in support of this resolution if and only if it condemns the attack carried out by Hamas on Israel. The article says that the government of India is not happy by the way that the resolution has been worded, by the way that the resolution has been written. This resolution has been sponsored by Jordan along with many other Arab nations. So most of the nations who have sponsored this resolution are the nations that have been in support of Palestine for a long, long time. Indian government says that unless you explicitly condemn what happened on the 7th of October by the hands of the Hamas terrorists, we will not vote in favor of this. This resolution was officially titled as Protection of Civilians and Upholding Legal and Humanitarian Obligation. Now, what happened to this resolution overall, although India abstained from voting? The resolution was passed in the UN General Assembly. Now, the question is, if it has been passed by the UN General Assembly, what does it mean? Does it mean now it is binding on Israel to stop pounding Gaza? Does it mean it's binding on Israel to have a ceasefire? Not really. Please understand this. Resolutions of the UN General Assembly are not binding. So even if a resolution has been passed in the UN General Assembly, it is not binding. Unless there is a resolution passed in the UN Security Council. When the UN Security Council passes a resolution, it becomes binding. And then if you don't accept to this, the Security Council members will have the responsibility to implement this. However, in case of a General Assembly resolution, these are not binding. These are mostly on paper. These are mostly just formalities being done so that the nations can tell the world what is their view on a certain ongoing issue. India has made it very, very clear that we will not accept any such resolution unless it specifically condemns what happened on the 7th of October. India said that nothing can justify what was done by the Hamas terrorists. All the victims, be it on one side or the other, all the victims are equal. Any loss of life is a tragic loss of life. Doesn't matter if it's happening in Gaza or in Israel, and that is why if you're asking for Israel to have a truce and to stop pounding Gaza, you must also first specifically condemn what happened on October 7th. The interesting part is India, in its explanation, did not name Hamas directly. India just said that we would like to have rejection and condemnation of what happened on the 7th of October. Now, this was a line taken by multiple countries. Canada also, for example, had the same argument. Countries such as France also had the same argument that you should include a condemnation of what happened on 7th of October. Although many nations demanded that there should be an amendment in the resolution, but this amendment was not passed. The reason being, for these amendments to be passed, you require at least a two-third majority vote. Unless you get a two-third majority vote in support of some amendment in the resolution, it will not be passed. Since two-third members did not really support this amendment, we did not have this amendment introduced in the resolution. Now, if you look at India's stand, there are a lot of things that you need to understand here. Why did India vote in a way that it did? What are the countries that supported this resolution? What are the countries that stood against this? Let's see those details also. Amongst the countries that supported or sponsored this resolution were Jordan, as I said, the main sponsor, Bangladesh, interestingly, Maldives, Pakistan, even Russia and South Africa. So these were the countries that were sponsors and co-sponsors of the resolution. Now there are two ways to look at this. You might look at this as these countries being anti-Israel, but these countries say that they are not being anti-Israel, they are just against the loss of civilian life. On the other hand, there are some nations that voted against it specifically. Israel obviously, US obviously would expect that. 5 small Pacific Island nations that have been getting aid from US and Israel. And then Austria, Croatia, Hungary, all these are the countries that voted against this particular resolution. There were multiple countries such as India, Canada that demanded an amendment which was not carried out. Interestingly, the stand taken by France was also a lot in discussion. What did France do? France voted in support of this resolution. Although they said that there should have been an amendment, they said that we would have wanted condemnation of what happened on the 7th of October, but still we do support this because we think that anyone, any civilian does not deserve what is happening in Gaza, and that is why we will support this. As I said to you earlier, even if the resolution has been passed by the General Assembly, it would not have any binding impact. It is only the Security Council resolutions that have a binding impact, and the Security Council members have the power to get those implemented. Now the interesting part with India is not very new in this position of abstaining from voting on such issues. We have been trying to take a middle position on a lot of conflicts. For example, in the Ukraine-Russia war also, we have been abstaining from a lot of these resolutions that were introduced against Russia specifically. Now, you might argue it's a good thing or it's a bad thing. Many people say it is a good thing, it's a wise policy decision because it keeps all the doors open for India. India, as you know, is a close partner of Israel. We have a lot of technology exchange agreements. We buy a lot of weapons from Israel. On the other hand, we also have close relationship with the West Asian, that is the Middle East countries. We have recently signed, as you know, the India-Middle East Europe Economic Corridor as well, and we do not want to jeopardize even that project. So for India, it's better to take the middle path rather than taking one side or the other and be seen in one camp against the other. However, on the other hand, there are people who criticize this decision of the government of India. Many people argue that if the government of India really is planning for India to become a major superpower, a superpower does not stay on the sidelines. A superpower is prominent enough to take a stand and then make sure that they are able to convince others about their individual position. If you are going to sit on the sidelines, if you are not going to take any side, then there is no point of your global aspirations. Now, there are multiple examples of how India in the past has abstained from voting. You have the examples of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We even have some earlier examples of the UN Human Rights Council when they were voting on a resolution whether an international UN team should go to Sri Lanka, for example, to investigate the civil war crimes. India abstained from voting there as well because our long-standing position is we do not support any kind of outside interrogation into any nation. We see it as a compromise on the sovereignty of a country. We do not support any kind of resolution where you have an international team coming into another country to investigate any crime. So this is not the first time that India has abstained from voting. We do abstain from voting whenever we think that we have to go on the middle line and ensure that our relationship on both the sides remain good for the long run. The second article that we have taken up is about some facts regarding Manrega. Now Manrega, as you know, and I'm sure all of you are very well aware of it, is a rural guarantee employment scheme. It's a rural guarantee employment scheme. In simple terms, if you are living in rural areas, you have the right to ask for at least 100 days of unskilled manual labor. What that might be. The demand for work has increased. Means the article all about. The article is all about the fact that there is a 7.5% decline in the active workforce of Manrega. In simple terms, the
पानी वाला है।
was 15.5 crore in the last financial year. Now it's 13.33 crores as per the data available till 6th October 2023. However, even though the number of people have reduced who have been asking for work under Manrega, the demand for work has increased. Means one single person, if earlier the person was demanding work for let's say 50 days, now they are demanding for work for more than 50 days. So the number of workers may have reduced, but on the other hand, the demand made by every worker, demand per worker, of how many days do they want the work has increased. Now, how do you understand this? Number one, it's understood in a way that a lot of people are opting to maybe migrate to the cities because they are not happy with the pay that is given to them under Manrega. Maybe they are not happy with the quality of work, maybe they are not happy with the payment scheduling, and that is why you will see that lesser number of people are asking for work because they are opting for other options which are more attractive for them. On the other hand, the people who don't have the option to go to the cities, or people who don't have the option to opt for any alternate livelihood, they are demanding even more work under Manrega. In simple terms, you can assume this, that the situation of rural economy on both these indicators is not good. Because if you would have had people demanding lesser work under Manrega, that would have meant that they may not need this work. By remaining within the village, they might have better opportunities. But that does not seem to be the case here. It can be stated that the workers number of workers have reduced, maybe because many of them were also deleted. Many of them could not show their proper identification. That also may have led to these issues. There are other problems as well, which might have led to decrease in the number of workers under Manrega. As you know, there is a problem between the central government and the West Bengal government over Manrega. The central government has stopped the Manrega scheme in West Bengal, alleging large-scale scams in the payment distribution under Manrega work in West Bengal. That may have also led to the Manrega workers, or the number of Manrega workers coming down. As per the report, there are 14 states that have reported an increase, while 6 states have seen a decline in the number of Manrega workers. The biggest decline obviously was in West Bengal because the scheme was suspended there by the union government, because the union government thought that maybe the state is not utilizing the money well and there is a large scale corruption. There are other states as well in which we have seen a drop in the number of workers: Himachal Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, etc. Himachal Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh were the ones where decline was seen, while in states such as Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Tamil Nadu, we saw an increase in the number of workers asking for job under Manrega. Ideally, what should be the position of Manrega? Ideally, should you be happy that a scheme like this exists? Not really. For an economy to go ahead, for an economy to have more taxation, for an economy to have more people earning at a significant level, you need to push them towards skilled jobs. The basic difference between skilled and unskilled job will be, when you are in a skilled job, your chances of earning better amount are obviously much higher. Your chances of learning some skills, getting higher for that, getting higher amount of money for that skill increases considerably. If you are an unskilled manual labor, you would demand, or you can't demand, a lot more money for your work even after 5 or 10 years. But when you're a skilled labor, when you gain experience in a certain skill, you become eligible for getting more money. The government of India has also been asked this question about why is it that the number of Manrega workers are reducing. The economic survey, in fact, had said that the decline in demand for Manrega is due to growth in rural economy. The government of India had argued that because in the rural economy people have better jobs, people have more opportunities to earn better money, that is why maybe they are not asking for Manrega work. But again, that does not seem to be the case if you look at the numbers more closely. These are some of the other facts about the budget that Manrega has attracted from the government. As you can see, the blue line here, the blue bar, is what the government gives in the budget. So in the beginning of the year, this blue bar is the budget that the government usually gives to Manrega. And as you can see, every single year since 2015, the actual expenditure of Manrega has been much higher than that of the budget given. As you can see, every single year, the actual expenditure, that is in the yellow graph, has increased, has exceeded the budget that was allocated for Manrega. What does it indicate? It indicates the fact that maybe the government has been hoping that we don't have to spend so much money on Manrega. They have been hoping that maybe people don't ask for jobs under Manrega, but that is not happening. In reality, more and more people are asking for Manrega jobs as compared to what the government had hoped. As you can see here as well, the number of people who have been demanding work, there has not been a great decline. There has been slight decline, as you can see, but not a great decline. Also, this upward tick, as you see here. Why is it that so many people were demanding jobs under Manrega? This is the 2020-21 line in slightly about middle of the year. This is the lockdown period, when a lot of people lost their jobs in the cities. They had to move back to the villages. They had no other option, they had no other job, and that is when the Manrega acted as a big safety net for all of them. So yes, there is importance of a scheme like Manrega. It is important because it allows the government to provide a safety net to the rural population. But if a family is dependent solely on the earnings through Manrega, there is not a very high chance of them increasing their income even in the long run. The next article that we have here is about whether the police stations are equipped enough to handle better technology such as DNA testing. The reason why this article has been written is with respect to the Criminal Procedure Identification Act passed in April 2022. As you know, this law, when it was passed last year, became a center of a big debate. The debate was, before this law was passed, when someone was arrested, their fingerprints were taken, their photos were taken in case of certain offences to create a database of all the criminals. Now this law says that when the person is arrested, you don't just have to collect fingerprints, etc. Now you have to collect biological samples, you have to collect retina, iris scans of the arrested person as well. This led to a lot of debate last year as well. The debate was, is it not an infringement of the people's fundamental right? Is it not an infringement of the right to privacy? Also, how confident are you that the data by this or data that is stored by the security agencies will not be misused? We have seen multiple instances of data leak happening from the side of the government, be it Aadhaar data, be it the data from the COVID app. So what is the guarantee that this data also will not be leaked? Now, as of today, as we are talking to you today, this has not been implemented so far. Just because a law has been passed doesn't mean it will be implemented right away. When it will be implemented, that also is a date decided by the government through a notification. So it has not been implemented so far by the National Crime Record Bureau. The National Crime Record Bureau is still finalizing all the guidelines to make sure that this is implemented in a correct manner. What is this article all about then? The article again talks about the problems in this system, why the police stations and the police force in India is still not equipped enough to handle this precious and this critical data, that too in large numbers. Before this law was introduced, it was the Prisoners Act of 1920 that was used to collect data about the people who were arrested. Data such as finger impressions, footprint impressions, photographs of certain category of convicted person. Only these were the details that were collected. However, with evolution of technology, criminals found a way to forge their fingerprints, criminals found a way to forge all these details that were given at the time of their arrest. This is when the government thought that we have to make a better foolproof system. Also, since police is a state subject, different states have a different way of keeping all that data. In some of the states, they may not be very apt at collecting all this data. Let's assume a situation where there's a criminal who was arrested once in Punjab, whose fingerprints, footprints, etc. were taken. Now the criminal gets arrested for some other crime, let's say in Kerala, Karnataka, West Bengal, or wherever. You might again take fingerprints, etc. You might not have access to Punjab's database. Then it becomes problematic to identify the same person. The idea was to have a national database with access given to all the police stations across the entire country. That is also one of the objectives of this particular law. As per the law, the National Crime Record Bureau will be responsible to store, process, share the data and also destroy the records. The records will not be stored for an unlimited number of years. The records will be stored for 75 years only. The database can be accessed by authorized police and prison officials across the entire country. Now, this requires a special kind of training. This is not a job that everyone can do, that is to collect all this data. Police across the states have been trained. They have been trained on other things as well. For example, in India, we have something called NAFIS that has been running already. NAFIS is National Automated Fingerprint Identification System, NAFIS. It was launched last year in 2022. This is a system under which when your fingerprints are taken by the police, they will give you a unique 10-digit national fingerprint number to all the suspects that have been arrested by the police, so that they can be identified anywhere across the country in multiple states. This is a system that has already been implemented. While taking fingerprints and giving this unique 10-digit number may be an easier proposition, to duplicate this and now to implement this with retina iris scan also may not be that easy. This law in its implementation has a lot of challenges. First, there is still an ongoing debate whether it is a violation of fundamental rights or not. You are taking all this personal data, not even making sure or not even sure that it will be protected 100%. That leads to questions on violation of right to privacy. There is not a great record of the government to protect all this data. We have seen multiple leaks in Aadhaar. Every few months, you will see some news that Aadhaar data has been leaked. No clarity on the rules for police officers. For example, even in this article, it has been suggested that some police stations have not given proper training to the police officers. The police officers are not sure for what crimes do we have to collect the data or not. For example, do you have to collect data for those who are under preventive detention or not? The law says no, but many police officers, when they were surveyed, they said that yes, even for preventive detention, we had to collect this data. So there is not much clarity even amongst the police on the rules of where and how to collect the data. The data is to be stored for 75 years. It will then be destroyed by the same people who have recorded this data. The owners and the responsibility of destroying this data is on the same people who have collected this data. Now this also becomes problematic. What if the police station, what if the officers in that station are not competent enough to handle this? This should have been done by a much more responsible authority. There's lack of training to handle DNA. It's not an easy thing to do. Also, many police stations in secluded part of the country, in rural areas, hilly areas, northeastern states, the Himalayan states, they still have a problem of lack of proper internet connectivity. For such a system to be successful, for such a system to be implemented properly across the country, we need to ensure that all of them have access to at least basic internet connectivity, which again has not been ensured so far. Since this article talks about NAFIS, that is National Automated Fingerprint Identification System, let me give you some details about that as well. This is a system that gives you a unique 10-digit national fingerprint number to every arrested person whose fingerprints have been taken. This will be the same throughout the person's lifetime, and different crimes registered under different FIRs will be linked to the same person through this unique number. For example, you have a unique Aadhaar number. Now, it doesn't matter how many bank accounts you open, doesn't matter in which state you open up a bank account, it will all be linked to one single Aadhaar number because that will be your identification. Similar is the case here as well. The ID's first two digits will be that of the state code in which the person was arrested for a crime, followed by a sequence number. Also, when this is automated, it will ensure that tracking of crime becomes easier across the entire country, because right now, the most basic thing that all the criminals do is they run away from their state, wherever the crime was committed, to some other state, hoping that the state-to-state system will not match and they will not be identified. This is a system to ensure that that problem does not arise. These were the articles from the mains examination point of view. So let's move on to some news stories from the prelims examination point of view. The first news story from art and culture is about an ancient form of storytelling narration from Kerala that is called Katha Prasanga. Please remember this name, Katha Prasanga. It's an ancient form of storytelling that is seen in Kerala mainly to narrate stories, to pass on a social message. It started as a way of passing on the social message about caste justice, about social justice in the society, about equality. But now it is implemented and it uses various themes, not just restricted to the theme of social
लाइट ऑन
justice.
करने दें.
It began hundreds of years ago. The person who is said to be the originator of this was Neelkant Bhagatwar. This artist was also known as Satyadevan. He was the one who first chose to tell some stories about the caste system reality, about how the caste system has to be neglected, how people living in the same society deserve to be on an equal status and we deserve an egalitarian society. Proper, simple, they have different types of priorities. India falls into Southeast Asia region. Every region is headed by a regional director that is decided by the member countries of this region. They are the ones who head and represent the WHO in this region. Now, a meeting of Southeast Asia members will be held to discuss the health issues that are plaguing the entire region and also to nominate the next regional director. Now, I'm not sure if you have seen, there is a lot of debate around one of the nominees who is trying to get to this position. There are two candidates who would want to be the regional director. One from Bangladesh, that is Saimappa, and try to search about this. Was created in 1971, Bangladesh and India. Bangladesh is building a memorial to honor Indian heroes of 1970. Pakistan, that region. It would have big
ये क्या हो गया भाई? हाँ इधर आना.
हाँ देखिए पानी निकल रहा है. हाँ
तुमको बोले कि आप बड़े ऐसे हो.
तो आप बोल रहे हैं काम चल रहा है उधर तो.
छत पे काम चल रहा है?
हाँ छत पर काम चल रहा है.
दरवाजा खुला है छत का?
हाँ
छत का दरवाजा खुला है?
नहीं उस तरफ से दो गेट है ना.
अच्छा. उस कचरे को फेंक देते हैं ना.
थोड़ा है ना बात.
टेस्ट ब्लाउज भगवान से दुआ मांगी थी कि जो ऑर्डर किया है बस वही आया हो बिकॉज मीशो से ईशा ने समझ के साथ कुछ ऐसे किया है कि चौंक गए हैं बाकी के घर वाले। दरअसल सुबह सुबह लाइफ में ईशा जो है वो पहले तो समझ को अपने पास बैठाती है और फिर बड़े ही प्यार से करता है और इसके साथ अब ईशा क्लासेस करके ठीक है क्योंकि वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है बहुत अच्छी बात है अरे तो यूपीएससी का यूपीएससी से तो अभी ना आप टारगेट ये रखिए कि जनवरी तक ठीक है पूरा करें उसके बाद एक महीने चलेगा सीजन और एक महीने सीजन की बात है फिर अपना प्लान्स की प्रिपरेशन स्टार्ट करेंगे तो अभी टारगेट
मुझे पता आपके लिए ये वीडियो बनी है तो प्लीज एंड तक देखिएगा। साथ ही साथ मुझे पता है कि आपको मेंटोरशिप की बहुत रिक्वायरमेंट होती है, मिल जाएगी। इनफैक्ट आपको ये कुछ एस्पिरेंट्स हैं जो कि अब टॉपर बन चुके हैं और मेंटोरशिप की ही मदद से आज ये इस मुकाम पर हैं और इन सबका मानना है कि मेंटोरशिप
Just here with Arbaaz है हम दोनों के पास जॉब
पानी गर्म हो तो उससे डाल देना।
चाय आपकी मतलब बात है।
आप खा लीजिए, मैं भी खा ही लूँ। बरस में लोग कर लीजिए, बरस कर लिए,
हाँ हो गया।
मैं भी कर ही लेता हूँ बरस।
अच्छा बाबू, चावल बन गया। तो यार ये पानी है, इतना पानी हो जाएगा?
ज़्यादा कम है,
नहीं नहीं, ठीक है।
अब काम चलाना पड़ेगा, कम पड़ गया तो।
ना ना ठीक है, हो जाएगा। थोड़ा टाइट बना लेकिन सही है।
इसी में काम चलाएंगे और क्या करेंगे। हो गया?
हाँ हो गया।
और जल्दी खा लीजिए, थोड़ा सा कम पड़ जाएगा। चावल कम लिए हो क्यों?
नहीं तो आधा पूरा चावल कम नहीं है।
ओ भाई साहब, ये देखिए
क्या है? चावल। अरे बस कर।
सोचिए कि चावल बन गया, नहीं तो आधे कच्ची चावल वाला तो क्या होगा?
हाँ हाँ।
हाँ हाँ। क्या है यार ये लड़की? नहीं